All right, man. What's happening, my friends? Welcome back. Wow. 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 It happened. The largest amount of volume I have ever seen on a 4-hour candle. With proof. Coming your direction. Hope you guys are all doing well. Episode number 95. Let's make it a good stream, man. I've been waiting for this moment to absolutely be there with you guys here. Okay, and do an agent session. See where we are right now at the moment. Looking at that amazing breakout from today here. Look at that from yesterday. What a move was that? Wow. Can't wait to talk about that here. Was about time. You really cannot wait for like a follow through potentially. Let's see here, okay? What's happening in my chat? Let's see who we have with us today. Let's make it an epic stream. We have a lot of things to cover. And yeah, indeed, got some buys yesterday. Definitely. Once we started to go. Because once it goes, it goes. Nothing can stop us from there. Hey, Josh, my man, good to see you. Nick, good to see you. Naleti, how you doing, my friend? Paul, what's up, brother? How you doing? Good to see you as well. Da Cypherman, how are you? Roshan, Georgelina, hi, good morning. Ricky, what's happening, my friend? How are you? Liv, hey. Jaden, Liam, my man. Okay. All right, guys. Let's make it an epic stream. Looking forward to it. It's time for another session. Good morning, Heidi. Good morning. Yes. Good evening, good morning, wherever you're from. How are you doing, my man? Yes. Time to talk about gold here. One of the largest breakouts we have ever seen, honestly, this year, for sure. The largest breakout we have ever seen, probably this year, okay? If you look here at gold overall, you think, pretty decent for our candle. No, but it's a serious breakout here. I'm not talking about the candles, okay? I'm not talking about the big sizes of the candles. No. I am talking about the volume, my friend. I'm talking about the volume. That is what we are looking at. And look at that. On a singular 4-hour candle. Starting at the New York Open, all the way till the closure. Roughly midnight, okay? Or in the afternoon for the US. So roughly what? 12 p.m. 118,000 contracts were executed. Okay? 118,000 contracts. That is the highest number I have seen this year on a singular 4-hour order flow print. Okay? 118,000 contracts were executed in this candle alone, with most of the volume at the top, not at the bottom. Okay? And we're trading above that. Think about that. That is freaking bullish. Okay? A lot of trapped sellers. Also at the top. People trying to predict the top right here, of course, you know, when that candle is so big and you start to consolidate, a lot of sellers enter the market, and every time when those sellers enter the market, they just get squeezed out again. Right? That's kind of the story that you're seeing here. Right? So this is that major level right there where most of that volume took place on both candles, by the way, not just on one. Okay. Ooh, sorry for that. Yeah, so major volume right there, right? Now, the fact is that we're reversing currently on this 4-hour candle. Okay, we are pulling back, all right? We're pulling back a little bit right now towards that area right there. We are making a little bit of a pullback. I mean, obviously, at some point, you have to make a bit of a pullback. But going short, in my opinion here, is still very risky. Actually, I rather wait for my favorite setups, which are either one of those. Low volume node pullbacks. I'm a big fan of low volume node pullbacks in this condition right there. Okay, trying to predict the top is something that I rather stay out of when the market is like this. Because there's a bigger reason why gold is breaking out so much right now. Look at the dollar, by the way. Have you seen the dollar? Major breakout yesterday. If this candle closes bearish, by the way, on the dollar, okay, at the end of this week, then look at the weekly candle. What do we have there? Let me know in the chat, my friends. What is this zone right there? If we do manage to close this week bearish on the dollar, okay, you tell me. I know what I'm seeing, but that is big. That is big, especially a breakthrough moment, okay, and closing really aggressively bearish. But let's see. We still have 2 days left. Roughly speaking, we have to kind of see what's going on there. But anyways, okay, if you look here at the pullback, there are a couple levels that I look at right now at the moment here. Number one, what I like to do is just take the low. Okay, so we take that low here, the start pretty much of that initial, you know, push all the way till the current price. Okay, and then what you guys can already see here is that we have a level. All right, and that level is sitting at the 4499, which is pretty much the 4500, or you could call this the swing very high. Okay, if you take the previous day, so you take the whole day of yesterday now, okay, you take the volume profile of the whole day yesterday, it's the exact same level. You see that? It's pretty much the same level right there. Okay, so what you have there is already a level that I would watch immediately. Okay, we're not going to waste any time. We're going to watch this level very carefully. It's pretty much called the previous daily value area high right there. Okay, previous daily value high and the point of control area. So they're both sitting right around this level. Okay, so we have the 4499 and we have the 4488 already. And yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of watching already what happens in any pullback right now at the moment. Okay. From a higher type of perspective, by the way, we have, by the way, we have you still a lot of things to cover immediately. Like I was looking at this monthly, we still have a little bit more room left to reach that monthly structure right there, to fill that gap completely. Actually, we opened actually June with a gap, an opening gap, and that has not been filled there yet. Okay, so that's the 4550. That is still a level that I was targeting or looking at anyways. Okay, or the 4540, sorry. That's sitting right there, okay? So I'm just waiting for price to get there, to see how it responds, like to look at the order flow, to see if there's enough absorption. And if that's the case, I will just try to enter position again. It's not really hesitate, okay? Because, you know, the main thing that I was thinking about, there is a thing called short-term analysis and like a mid-term analysis right there, okay? Right, a short-term analysis and a mid-term analysis. Now, in terms of a mid-term analysis, yes, I'm waiting, of course, for like, you know, a deeper pullback. You know, what we did right here was actually very, very nice. If you look at it from this perspective right there, right? We have all of these things here. Okay, we have the Monday, we have the Tuesday, we have the Wednesday, and now, of course, it is Thursday. If we're talking about a midterm analysis, obviously what we want to see is a deeper pullback inside of the previous weekly or the current weekly range, okay, where it all started. The accumulation on a Monday, right? The manipulation on a Tuesday, and then the reversal on a Wednesday, right there, okay? So what you in essence want to see at some point in a midterm breakdown is some sort of deeper pullback for a continuation play, right? Something like that is actually what you are looking for, but that is midterm, okay? That doesn't happen that doesn't have to happen right away. That doesn't have to happen immediately. Okay, we could still make new highs now at this current moment inside of this swing and just already start going from there before we make a deeper pullback, before we continue to go higher, if that makes sense, right? So therefore, I'm not trying to now wait all the way for price to get down towards a level of interest, which is something that I'm really looking at. I can't wait for the larger retest of the larger range to be created, but for now, the short term, I'm waiting for the shorter levels, okay? See if we could already get into a new idea, a new setup right there, okay? Also, another reason is the following reason. Let me just quickly show you this right now on the valuation index, okay? We are pretty much already undervalued. Think about that as well here. We're pretty much undervalued right now at this current moment. We're creating a double bottom. The last time we were undervalued, we were here. Okay, look at what happened there. We tapped into that low of our node. We were pretty much undervalued. And we came up around 400, 500 pips. That's pretty big, right? That's pretty big, if you ask me right there. Okay, so yeah, I'm actually hoping to see gold pushing up here. And yeah, I do want to get into the value area, or at least I want to retest the value area to see if it's possible for us to at least get there and to tap into that value area high right there, right? Something in that matter. I would love to see some sort of a breakdown into at least that level and see if price reacts the way we want it to react, and that could be a good one. Okay, let's see what happens there. Yes. Yeah, overall, man, higher volume means obviously an indication that this is not a fake move, right? Like the fact that we were dealing with 118,000 contracts, right, with a negative delta, this is extremely important, of 5K, okay, 4.9K. That means there were 4.9 thousand more aggressive sellers than buyers in this candle. Means that we have a lot of people that are trapped, a lot of trap market participants. We also have, you know, just an insane amount of volume traded at the top of that candle as well, and not just at the bottom, which makes pullbacks even more difficult, deeper pullbacks, because you're gonna deal with all of that volume from that candle right there already at the top of the previous 4 hour. So that is gonna be pretty significant, okay? And this is actually a very important determination of what will happen actually. Right? If you manage to close below this, yeah, a deeper pullback is almost confirmed. But if you bounce from it, it just induces more sellers to come into the market and continue to go higher right there, okay? That is definitely an important factor that I would watch very carefully. Okay, then on the left side or on the right side of your screen, you actually see this, okay? The passive orders, all right? Look at that. We have something called the 4600 with 411 contracts right there. Look at that. There are still sitting a lot of passive buyers or passive participants sitting at this area right there, which is the 625. Look at that big number, right? The 625 can also act as a huge block, and then this could in theory act also as a huge magnet right there. You see that? That is of course a target that we want to target at. That's the target, their targets, okay? Pretty much the 4595 on futures, which is, I don't know, what price is it on spot right now? It is 4569 minus 11, 58 point difference. So that is around 4548, yeah, around 40. Exactly the level that we were talking about, the monthly level. Pretty much the monthly level right there. Yeah, the 40s. Makes total sense to me. Wow. Okay. Can we get there though? That's the question. Can we push down? We have a little bit of a low volume node right there. I'm not sure if you guys can see it, but it's already sitting right there. Okay. Yeah, right there. Right there. Okay. Yeah. Obviously, the point of control is sitting slightly lower, the 4555, so the 4500, which is pretty much the very high. So actually, it makes total sense. We're pretty much in this area right here. Okay. And yeah, that target there, that 4540, we talked about it. Why already, right? It's that major level. Yeah. Let's see. We're still undervalued. Okay. And we take undervaluation pretty serious, but we need to see some confirmation of sellers. So let's go to the lower time frame on the order flow chart right there and see what's happening. Okay, 4, 5. A lot of sellers are entering the market. Of course, since the open actually, immediately. So people are all anticipating the pullback, yeah. What would that be? Yeah, that would be somewhere around there. I would be looking for something like this. I mean, let's see. And then depending on the order flow, it will kind of determine what we're looking at. Just depends a little bit, right? The thing about when gold is pushing higher, you know, if you guys remember last year, okay, this was like August or September last year when this whole run started on gold, remember? If you guys have traded gold last year in September, then you know that around this time, okay, that is when pretty much that's when that whole run kicked in here, okay? Pretty much, that's where that breakout came. Okay, funny enough, you know what date it happened? You know the date when that low was actually set, roughly speaking, the final low before the breakout? That was the 20th of August. Okay? That was the 20th of August right there. That is interesting data, if you think about it. Today is the 20th of August, 2026. That was the 20th of August, 2025. Yeah. That was a crazy time when that broke out. But once it broke out, it just kept going and going and going and going and going. So I'm very curious to see what happens today. And if I learned one thing from it is when these things are so aggressive, is to just keep trading it. Until we're disqualified, we're stopped out and we can look for a deeper retracement. Yeah, because the risk to reward is is in essence so good anyways that it doesn't really matter too much. What's this order flow chart? That order flow chart, it's the Xau charts, okay? And yeah, it's very interesting to watch the Xau charts, especially when we're talking about high volume, right? Because sometimes a candle looks like this, like an NFP candle, but it does not have as much volume as this one, okay? So the fact that this happened without like some major news or anything related to that here, and it just broke out right there, yeah, it's very interesting. Of course, there was some news involved, but it was not a huge event or something like that here, okay? What happened in the FOMC? The FOMC came out yesterday. I covered that report. Right, the stuff they did projected a gradual return of the inflation coming down to 2%, with a solid growth supported by AI. Of course, AI is going through the roof, but still the uncertainty remains relatively high. So yeah, there is a lot of unclarity about what they want to do at this current moment right now at the moment. Yep. Not a lot of clarity out of that report that came out. Very vague, very vague. But yeah, the next meeting, the FOMC meeting, is scheduled for September, the 15th of September, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see what happens then. Okay? Yeah. What if the long setup is not working? You go to the next level. You look for the next level. That's it. Okay. We look at we talk about risk to reward for a specific reason, right? If this is, let's say, 3-to-1. Right, so if you risk 1% to make 3%, then you understand that you can take multiple trades, right? Okay. I would love to see that push. Yeah, this hopefully invites the most sellers. I would love to see that. Yeah, you see the volume is coming in now. You can see that at the bottom right there, the volume is coming in. So we have the very high at 4,500, 44.99 actually. I just marked out a zone above it because we will be tapping into some low volume node right here. So yeah, let's see. On the 4 hour, getting closer to that zone. What about the 4488? Yeah, that's the point of control. Okay, that is the point of control of the swing or the previous day. So yeah, that is of course also a very interesting level as well. But yeah, we've been undervalued for a while. We take that very serious now that the dollar is breaking down, gold's shooting up. Yeah. I'm already filled on one account. On the other one, I'm not yet. Nah, let's get to this low volume note here. 1 second. Let me fix this. Ooh, that's a lot of sellers with a lot of thing here. It reminds you the absorption here, my friends. With these things, you have to be aggressive. You can't be too patient here and wait for that exact bottom to be hit here, in my opinion. I think we should try it already. Okay. I think according to the overall absorption here, look at the sellers that are getting stuck right now. If this kind of flips bullish, right here, there's no way that we have to hold in this range, right? Is it this range? Yeah, it's this one. Buying a freaking top, yes. Exactly. We're buying the top, guys. Yeah, if I learn a lesson is that with gold, you can't do that. In some cases. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try. All right, I'm in. That's it. I'm in. Let's see if this can try to go higher. There we go. What does top mean? The top is pretty much that they were now like, you know, kind of looking at not have a big retracement here today, at least not during Asian session. Now what we're doing here today is we're just playing the risk to reward game right now at the moment, right? That's kind of that's what I'm doing, you know, because the risk to reward setups are so clean on these type of trades. They're so clean that I just know that you just need like a 1 to 4, you know, like a 1 to 5, like that, and you know you can take some risk because you know that if you catch one of those moves later on, and when gold is running, and you have 2 or 3 trades correct out of, you know, 2 or 3 trades are correct out of those 5, for example, or 2 trades out of those 5 trades, you're gonna make money anyways. So it's better to be a bit more aggressive than too patient in this case, from my perspective. I've learned the hard way. I really did. A reason for buying? Yeah, we just talked about it. Okay. Yeah, we pretty much call this the low volume node setup right there. I tapped into this already. Didn't tap into the very high. It did tap into low volume node, so let's see. Right there. All right, G's, let's see. Only buys for now, yes. Yes, no sellers. No selling. For me personally, no sells yet. I prefer to wait for any proper... like, when I'm talking about sells, I don't know if I would be selling. The only way where I would be selling maybe is if we can, you know, have like a major flush down or something like that. But I prefer to just buy pullbacks instead. Okay, just buy pullbacks. Yeah, we just did our full breakdown and analysis already about what we will be looking for. A larger pullback into this area, but not now. I think that we might still push up higher. What tool do you use for the order flow showing the price? It's called the Xau charts. You need a subscription though for it, right? Because without the subscription, you can't really you can't do much. I think it costs like $50 a month, roughly speaking. Don't you worry about the previous daily high being taken out already? Previous daily high taken out. I don't really see that. The previous daily high taken out. Previous daily high is sitting right here. Right there. And on the Xau chart, same thing right there. Yeah, let's see if the volume can come in a little bit at 9. Because now the volume is slowing down a little bit here, which is actually a good thing. But even if price creates a bottom wick, it's okay if it can move down. And then maybe create some flip. What do you think of bookmap? Bookmap is good. I mean, it's similar to what we have. Okay, we just look at it slightly different. But we do look at the right side. It's kind of these blocks that you're seeing as well. Actually, it's definitely pretty similar. Okay, it is pretty similar if you think about it. Zero profit since Trump took over the office. Trading has never been the same. Yeah, I do agree with you, man. I have to agree. It has been different. It has been very different. But also, that major run on gold last year was also another one, right? Another layer that we saw happening on gold. It was a huge move. And you recognize the symptoms when gold does this. Right, this is driven by much deeper geopolitical reasons than just, you know, a breakout. And I've never seen that amount of volume this year. This is the high, and I've watched every 4-hour candle, okay? Every 4-hour candle, and the volume of every 4-hour candle of this whole year. And I'm not joking, every single one. I know the volume, okay? And it's never exceeded what I've seen, the 80,000 contracts or the 78,000 contracts. It never exceeded that. Okay, this is the first time that I see that, 118,000. I've literally never seen that before. You know what I mean? I really did not. I never seen that. It's pretty wild. Every 4-hour candle. Yeah. So that was a quick flip though. It looked very good and then boom. You saw that? That was a quick flip. Look at the 15 minutes. Ah, yeah, it's the same level. Okay. Well, let's watch this one first. A lot of sellers step in, but there's a lot of volume too, man. Wow. A lot of volume. So get ready for some volatility, my friends. Get ready for some volatility here. Damn. Be right back. Okay. Yeah, the sellers are getting absorbed here. There's a lot of sellers that are getting absorbed, but buyers that are also getting squeezed like the moment the price is pushing. So it is definitely interesting to watch this. How far are we now sitting? We're sitting right there. Mm-hmm. All right, I think we're in it, yeah? We're in it. We have the previous daily very high. Watch this level very closely, the 99 if you do get there. All right, we're there now. Yeah, initially we saw a lot of absorption here. If price does want to come down further, then yeah, I'll just have to watch the 88. All right, we're there now. We have arrived. Yeah, so what do we have here? We have, we're in a bit of drawdown at the moment, but I'm watching another level very carefully. So I'm thinking about adding on because we have a half risk. Usually we trade with one lot. So I'm just watching this carefully right now. don't have a stop loss particularly set. Unless we close below, of course, this area. Then it's done for today. At least for the session with buys. And then it's just waiting for the deeper pullback. The 88 is right there, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is what it is then. I have to wait for that for sure. The 88. Where's the previous daily POC? The previous daily POC is exactly there, 88. Yeah, it's a big one. I have to admit this is a big pullback, but also an opportunity. The way we've been trading these aggressive pushes is to just keep longing until you're invalidated. And then wait for the deeper pullback confirmation. And then try again. Because if gold does what we think it's gonna do, then we're ready for it. Because I think that last year only a few people that were ready for that big breakout on gold and anticipated it properly, they were able to really scale their account quickly to, let's say, 100K. I know someone personally that did that. That started on about $500 to 100K, but it could only work when gold was actually in a more of a momentum phase. And it's just waiting for the key levels to be hit, on the valuation to be hit, and to scale in. And the first trade is never the full risk setup, the full risk entry. All right, we're already looking at the recovery a little bit here. Unfortunately, that was a big sweeper. If you reclaim that though, that's actually that's really good. Is this the trap? Was this the trap? That's the question. Which daily candle gold is still pretty strong? Yes. Should I buy the CME group data on trading view or just trade spot without the futures data? I have both. I would always look at both. I would also look at the futures chart if you can. And if you don't use Xau charts, then I would definitely look at least that. It costs like $7 a month, right? And it's definitely worth having. It's definitely worth having it. Yeah. Keep in mind, we did tap into this area right now, guys. We did tap into this 4-hour zone. Okay. So when we talked about that 4-hour candle of yesterday, that big candle, right? The largest candle we've seen with 118,000 contracts. The point of control of that candle is sitting right here. So this is why I'm watching this zone very carefully, because it's a very, very important level that we're looking at and that we're watching. Okay. And pretty much most of that volume is traded here. If we close below that, yeah, then I'm bearish for the rest of the day. And then I'm pretty much invalidated. If we stay above this, then that next target would be the 4,600. If we bounce from this or turn this into support, that will be the 4,600. So it's either we bounce from it, we get there, or we close below it, and then deeper retracement. And then it's just being patient for the deeper retracement into the larger range. It's just a numbers game now, in my opinion. Just a numbers game. How do you use the futures charts differently from spot charts? Well, with futures, we may look at just where the volume is traded, like, right? The same thing. For spot, it's just to fine tune our entries to know what levels we're looking at as well. I have been using Owanda for so long now that I've been really used to using it already for forever and ever and ever. And ever, for so long now. But futures is definitely something that you have, that I like to look at a lot. We look at it every time. Just to have that volume, that copy, that exact understanding of where the volume is traded the most, on not just the daily, but also on a 4-hour candle. Price action is better than the volume profile. What is price action, right? Is it price action? Like, the definition of price action is very vague. Price action is volume. Support and resistance, candlesticks, market structure. Like what is price action, right? How long am I holding this? I'm holding this until the point of control, I think, is taken out. If the point of control gets taken out, I will exit and then look for re-entry lower at 75. 73, sorry. Just like I said, level by level. And just see if you can catch those higher risk reward setups. And just play the probability game from that perspective of targeting those 1 to 4s, 1 to 5s. What level is the point of control currently? 88. All right, the previous daily point of control is at 88. So that is like a major benchmark for us to watch. Liv says price action is how the price reacts to certain levels. Yeah, what kind of levels? Right? The point of control is a level. I have to admit, there is a lot of selling pressure right now at the moment. But we are literally in our zone now. So I really want to see what happens there. Do you trade the new extension too? Yes. But not on YouTube anymore. Not on YouTube anymore. Trading it now with the group. Could have you predicted that move yesterday at the bottom? You mean yesterday's breakdown? Yeah, we had actually something interesting to watch there, 100%. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a second here. Let's see how this trade goes first. But yeah, you could see the breakout first. Yeah, before it actually, before the big move came, yeah. It's pretty crazy. How big is your group right now? It's very small. I don't do any big groups anymore. Only like large, you know, like private channels like Telegram or something like that. But when it comes down to community, we keep it very, very small, man. Very small. People actually know each other, you know? That's like, that's so much better. We are reacting from it though. That's why we're stagnating here. Hopefully we can actually make a squeeze, a little bit of a squeeze now. See that reaction? Aaron says, I got in at 4363 yesterday, worked my day job through it all, and was very surprised to check my phone and see 4480 TP hit. Wow, that is beautiful, my friend. Working, not even paying attention, and then boom. Or the best feeling in the world is if you're still in a trade from yesterday and you are in a position. Your stop loss is on break even already. You can sleep well because your stop loss is secured. And you wake up, full TP hit. These are the moments. These are the moments, you know what you're doing it for. Isabella's song. I think it was what she asked for. A fire. I don't know which song that is. I can't find it. She's talked about fire, but I can't find it. Oh, there we go. There we go. Rick says, I tell you, it's pretty scary to buy tops, Lorenzo. I know, right? Someone has to do it. Someone has to do it. Before Vantage, what broker were you using? I was using Owanda. And before Owanda, yeah, I was using Owanda. And then I moved to Vantage because Owanda stopped working in the EU. There were some issues with the European Union at the time. And then I went to Vantage. I used Blueberry Markets for a while as well. Yeah, I don't know. I just use multiple different brokers, but I've been with Vantage already for, I don't know, like at least 3 years. Never got any issues with withdrawing. Never, ever got any problems with withdrawing. I always use crypto, you know. So it's like, if you use crypto, it's like, boom, 10 minutes. Yeah. One thing I've learned in these moves, if you don't perfectly predict the bottom, you just have to be patient. Would you mind explain your take profit? Yeah, so number one, it's actually a monthly target that I was watching, because we have that like huge, there is a gap sitting here. Let me show you. There's that monthly opening gap from June, okay? It's actually sitting at the 40s right there. You can see that, right? There's that opening gap, it's sitting roughly at 40s. And of course, if you go to the order flow as well, and you look it up right there, okay, you can actually see that that is also roughly that zone that we were talking about right there, okay? The 367 that you see there is also a level that we watch very carefully. So that's aligned, that actually is perfectly aligned with what we talked about, the 40. So that will be the target. A lot of participants are sitting there, number one, and a secondary, right? We also have a monthly candle, a monthly level aligning with that. So that was the idea, at least. In this case, though, huge amount of buy limits. Do you see that at the bottom, guys? Huge amount. Look at that. 740. You see that? That's a big number. And it's not coming down. It's not dropping. That number is still sitting around 700. So that's interesting to watch, definitely. Are those filled orders? No, not the ones on the right. On the candles, though, there are. Or the clusters. Yeah, it's pretty much still sitting there, right? 698. As long as that zone, and of course it's sitting right there, right? Where yesterday the most volume was traded. That's that big wall. Could have we been a bit more patient and wait for that to be it? Yeah, we could have. But I'd rather split my risk. And if it does tend to go deeper and it holds, maybe try again lower. Yeah, we do need some serious volume if you want to break this. Like a nice impulse, sorry. Yeah, so we're gonna really watch this level now. We're gonna watch what happens here. You see 705, 704. And of course the POC from yesterday. Yeah, you see that? It comes lower. Wow, interesting. Wow, price comes lower. And then this goes up. So price goes lower, tries to push lower, and then this goes higher. You see that? The numbers shoot up to 750. Interesting to watch, for real. Like as a trader, I'm a big fan of this. You know, watching this in real time, learning from it, seeing it. How those buyers and sellers are interacting, you know? It's very interesting to watch. Lorenzo, are you going to organize a traders meetup for your followers in the future? Maybe, yeah. I would love to do that at some point. Would love to do that. I would love to do that. This all live streaming thing for years now. It's all been a one big experiment that how do you say that? That broke out of control. Probably stop loss on this? I actually don't think so. I think I don't know. I think it's gonna work. Let's see. We're at just a little bit of consolidation now. How much do you make per month around from all the sources you have? Never tell someone how much money you make. Rule number 1. Yeah, there's definitely some absorption happening here, fam. At this area, around this area, when I'm watching it so closely. Watching it very, very closely here. Still at the 700, and every time when it comes back lower, and it wants to break it, this number goes up right there on the right. It's very interesting to watch. I actually never seen it that clean before, so very interesting to watch. Interesting to see. Also, just to learn from. I'm very curious to this outcome because it's a huge number. It's a huge number. It just looks like it's trying to fill orders. So it's really trying to fill all those orders right now. Yeah, it's wild watching it. All right, I think we can hopefully see some bigger moves, some bigger impulse, at least some larger reaction. Stick to one strategy, improve it, and trade it. What you see is not what you think. Yeah, yesterday I sent out an email with actually a question that I had for you guys. And I said, yo, like, what is your strategy? Or I could better say, can you explain your strategy in one sentence? Or, even better, what exactly are you trading, right? What is exactly the thing that you're looking at in trading? The actual setups, right? So what are those conditions, those specific conditions that have to be present before you take a trade? Written down, in order, right? If you can explain that, then you're on the right track, right? Like that's for example, the only setup that I'm looking for. It has to align with this, it has to do this, it has to do that. Some people have multiple different setups like that. Can't believe it's still there. 740. Man, what if you force a 2-to-1 TP stop loss ratio? I saw you lose sometimes big. What does that mean? Losing big? Never heard of it. We don't do that. Do you know Nick Stewart? Yes. Yes. The time to eat, my friend. Yeah, the reason why I know him is because it was always me and 2 other guys. It was 3 streamers, and we were always trading the New York session at the same time. It was Time to Eat. It was donvo. And it was me. It was always us 3, literally. Same time. And they had these like 3 different groups. You know what I mean? They had TTE, DVS, and then LTA. It was actually kind of an interesting period as well in my life. It's funny to watch. Yeah, we always traded the same way, and it was always like, you know, it was interesting. Everyone was like, everyone had their own style as well in trading. And then, of course, some things happened. I took a little break because of the, I was writing a book. So I took a little break of streaming for a couple months. donvo had like a huge problem, a huge issue publicly. Like he had like a trading bot or something like that. It was like a trading bot that everyone joined. And then that bot blew up, losing millions. And Time to Eat has just been continuously grinding, like a lot of respect. Constantly grinding. Shouldn't we plan an exit? I'm not planning anything. I'm planning a win. You know what? I'm gonna get some tea. No, but of course it's extremely important to watch what happens here around this area right now. You know, we really want to make sure that we are super aware of what's going on. But we are in the POC of that 4-hour candle, so this is for me the big one, right? If we manage to if we break this, then and we lose this level, yeah, then it's better to get out and look for lower targets, or look for a re-entry lower. But for now, we're holding. Every time when price steps into this, new limits get filled. It's acting like a wall. Okay. This is acting like a wall right here, as you guys can see. Let's just remove this for a second. Right, you see it. And that's why we're stagnating here. And every time when price tries to come lower, somehow that number here goes up. Which is interesting to watch. But yeah, the lower time frame, if you look at it now, it doesn't look strong yet. But we're pretty flat right now, in general. We're pretty flat at the moment. All right, something has shifted now though. And that is this zone, this area. On the lower time frame. Yeah, same structure right there. Interesting part is the POC still has not been hit. It has not been hit yet. What do you think about the TT playbook support and resistance? I was in it when it started. I don't know the TT playbook. Sorry, man. I don't know it fully. I am not a big fan of it. Personally, you know, but like, you know, everyone has their own style, right? And for him, it works, right? So as long as it works for him, it's exactly what we need. Okay. You're the worst. Bye-bye. All right, Rick Gold Trader. Bye-bye, my friend. Have a good one. Does the volume footprint chart help for me? Yes. All right, now we see a little bit of a shift. You see that? Look at that. Unfortunately, we're seeing this happening right now. We went from 700 to 300. Price moved down. So it could be that now price is trying to reach this next stage. That's the POC there. So if we close below this in the hourly, we might have to cut the trade here, depending on where this hourly closes in 9 minutes. And then I'll try to re-enter again later. Interesting to watch, right? How that shifted from 700 to like 300, how this order moved down. But that indicates that now this will probably act like some sort of magnet again, right? So we have to be aware of that. So if this hourly candle closes below that, then I'll have to cut the trade. And I will look for a re-entry lower. Do you have a big ego? I don't think so. I don't think I have a big ego at all. I think that a lot of people are too obsessed with with the trades, certain trades themselves, right? They don't really look at the bigger picture, for example, of what we're building and what we're doing here. And if people don't respect that and they are, you know, emotional, then that's their choice to just be emotional. What we're trying to do is we're trying to build an account here publicly. All right, POC is now stepped. All right, we're in it now. Yeah, if the hourly candle closes, we have to kind of cut the trade and look for a new target lower. It is what it is. But I kind of have to do that because of the fact that the next target is that low volume node sitting below at the 70s. And knowing that we also moved that limit order back towards this area, right there makes kind of sense as well from that perspective that we're seeing this. But oh no, we're there right now. We're there right now. Okay, let's watch this last level, this last line. But after this hourly closure below, it kind of screams for re-entries later. You're amazing, man. I was amazed when I saw you for the first time, checked how the volume profile levels work. And I read your book. That's amazing to learn about the market. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, brother. Lorenzo, I follow a strategy that works best on Asia. First 4 candles, 5 minutes, gives me initial range, and then I wait for the break, either support or resistance. Nice. Yeah, we're looking at something similar sometimes. It depends on the context though, but I like that too. But yeah, breaking out of what we call fair value, it's pretty similar. It's pretty similar as what you mentioned right there, actually. Then I draw new support and resistance with the same amount of points from the 4 candles. 80% win rate. Wow. That's higher than my win rate. We're still sitting, I think, we're still sitting at the 70. What is your idea on the higher time frame? Yeah, so number one, what we're looking at right now is this. I'm watching the point of control, but number one, the higher time frame right here. We have just a large range sitting right there right now, right? That range will be at some point tested, like we already talked about it in Telegram. That is already something that I was looking at later. It's pretty much this one right there. A deeper pullback into the range again. The thing is, we can't really time it, okay? So, like, we could have also done nothing and waited for the retracement at some point, but it could also come in 3 days, for example, you know? So I prefer to trade this move continuously getting absorbed. And I do still believe we can actually get towards the monthly high at 4540 as well. But if we do manage to get bigger, back into that range, yeah, obviously I'm gonna be stacking. I'm gonna be stacking because it's gonna be a larger range manipulation, breakout, retest. One of my favorite setups actually. For like in terms of like a midterm, you know, type of analysis. One of my favorite setups. But for now, we are in a bit of drawdown. I have to accept this. Maybe exit and look for re-entry lower again. And try and outperform the initial trade. So let's see. I've seen your cut losses quickly. Why aren't you doing this time? Are you too confident in your bias? No, because we're still above the point of control. That is the main reason. We're still above the point of control. Yeah, if we close below it though, I will see and look for low target. Yeah, I will. I will be not looking for shorts, but I will be looking for a re-entry lower. But we're still holding it. We're still holding it right now at the moment here. Kind of see it right there. Lorenzo, why don't you think it was a fake move out of the 4-hour consolidation? This happens quite often. Price breaks out the range, fakes the breakout, and then dumps. You mean that it was just a major flush out for the larger sell-up, like this? For me, the volume is super key here, right? The amount of volume that is traded does not imply to me that it's a fake move, number one. And the dollar secondary has broken major structure right now at the moment here, okay? And when I say like major structure, dollar really did that. Dollar really broke major structure right now. Look at the dollar. The dollar had had a long consolidation after a larger weekly consolidation. So this is not just like from a a smaller range. This is from like a weekly range. Okay, a rejection that we actually saw on the dollar happening right around here. Okay, and we saw that rejection, and now we're seeing the breakdown. And if we close bearish, we have a new weekly supply zone as well, sitting right there. Okay, that means that even if it is a fake out, right, on gold, let's say you're saying that 4-hour consolidation is just a fake out, then this means that this weekly supply zone, okay, needs to be broken first. This trend needs to be reclaimed. And it's just like the dollar has a major shift here. Okay, so I'm watching the dollar very carefully as well and see how that develops. But from my perspective, the dollar is seriously breaking down here. So let's watch that. All right, the PUSD is here. I want to give it a try, my friends. Still one more time. And then keeping it relatively low. The hourly closure failed to close below. We failed to close below that area, which is actually very good. The fact that we're respecting it is kind of it's pretty interesting to me. Yeah, so at this stage, I prefer to hold now the point of control and not break below this right here, right? The last thing that we want now is another flip. So I would now, this curve moment, just put my stop loss below the lows, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna try to enter again. I keep my stop loss very tight. If you get down there, I will take it and I'll look for lower entries. But I'm willing to re-enter again and manage it this way. So let's see if we can do that now. And stop loss is below the lows. If we hit it, it's 1,500. There we go. Let's see if we can now follow through here and squeeze this, squeeze it. Because that zone is still respected on the order flow. It's still holding. It's holding, and now the stop loss to me is relatively clear, which is sitting right below there. And the risk is pretty clean as well. roughly $500, which is healthy risk on this account. So let's see what happens, man. All right, we have that closure. That's good though. It's the first official closure that we wanted to see there. Graveyard. I've never used a futures chart for gold. Can you explain what it shows and how it helps with spot trading? You know, futures is centralized data, right? We call that centralized data. So a broker is decentralized. It stems from futures. But a futures chart is pretty much a contract that a lot of where a lot of volume gets traded on, right? So it has the most volume. It's centralized volume. So therefore, it tends to be more accurate in many cases, right? It shows levels in certain ways. This is like a range, by the way. On futures, you can see now that we tapped into that level, which is the range here. And we retraced into that, and now we're reacting from it. That's not coincidence, right? It just shows that this is an area of interest for a lot of big players. And yeah, you can always use the futures chart as well for double confirmation, pretty much, right? To confirm if your levels are accurate if you trade CFDs, for example. I like to do this. I also like to use the order flow for that personally as well. And I'll pretty much go from there. Yeah, the order flow right here, you can see as well that we saw a lot of selling at the bottom in this last 15-minute candle. A big number, actually. 246, kind of big. So let's see if we can hold above this. That's why the stop loss now can be below it from my perspective. I think it's a fair stop loss. It's fair risk. And that's why I decided to manage my trade in a different way. And split my risk into two 0.5 lot entries instead of a singular one lot. And now the risk for me makes kind of sense around this level. Obviously, I had hoped that we would already bounce for that first reaction, but we did not right away. So yeah, let's see, man. Interesting how the POC is respected so well. Next objective is reclaim above the VWAP. That will be a major, major reaction, major confirmation. Why don't you trade the NQ? You know why? Because I know that once gold is gonna go, it's gonna go. And I'm not gonna miss that boat. I'm gonna stay loyal to my beauty. Okay? Gold is my beauty. I'm gonna stay loyal to it till the end. And I wanna get better every year at it. Every year, a little bit better. Every year, a little bit better. And I think gold has a really bright future ahead of itself. So I prefer to get ready. You know? And prepare myself for something and not switch too much. Change too many things around, you know what I mean? Did we actually take out the previous daily highs on spot? No, on spot we did not, right? We did not take out the previous daily highs. On futures we did? No, on futures we did not either, right? No. The opening candle, you mean? Anyways, we'll look for the higher targets there. Lorenzo, my dear, do I have to get used to this kind of intensity? I'm so glad to see the white candles. No, like, yeah. It's just a phase. We're just going through a phase right now, I guess. Call it a phase. We will be going through many phases together, many cycles together. Sometimes everything just comes easy. Everything just goes right away. And sometimes nothing comes easy. And everything just seems to be going on forever. That's the name of the game. I can guarantee though, if this candle closes above it right now, if it actually does close above this high, we'll be actually shooting up. So this is the major level that we need to break right now, reclaim now. It's this level right here. You can see it already. It's been 4 candles in a row. Hano Captain says, Lorenzo, I've been using on the NQ right now in gold too. And what I found, NQ works great with LTA concepts. So thanks a lot, man. Yeah, I know the Nasdaq is amazing for it. You know, it's true. It's true. I love it too. Especially with this much, with that much volume. So it says, in a winning trade, do you also enter a second position if you have a risk? Sometimes yes. It just depends on the condition. We talked about it with our group. Like, it depends on the condition. Sometimes you can just tell, right? You're in a good trade and gold does not want to come down. It just wants to go. Or it does not want to come up. We saw that actually on a Friday last week. What time around you enter here? We entered at the beginning right away and later on again. And the stop loss is below the lows right now. And a lot of sellers stepped in at the bottom here. So I feel pretty comfortable now with my stop loss below the lows, and the risk is roughly speaking $1,500. With the potential target, depends if you actually reach it, right? If you don't get stopped out of what we talked about, that multi-level. $4,000. All right, this is that zone, we're in it. Come on, man. Hold this on. This is the moment. Break the VWAP. Don't want to break the VWAP. Don't you think it's the low volume node to fill the imbalance first? The thing is, we have that zone below. I am watching that same level as you are. It's at the 70s. So I am watching this level. I am watching this level too, like you are. It's at the 70s. Even from that area, I think it's the same, right? 600. Yeah, that will be, it's a big trade. It's still a big trade. So the amount of trades we can take here, still outperforming our losses. It's just gonna be, the risk reward is just good. So yeah, there's still opportunities, even lower. But I would love to win now. And respect this level. Come on. We really want to make this this alignment to the VWAP is the most important one. If we can break at this high, I think it's where we're absolutely set. Okay, if we break the 98, we're absolutely set. But if we break the lows, we're out. I'm not gonna wait then again, because that's just from a risk management perspective, not the best decision from my perspective, from my side right now, to stay in the trade. That's when I have to cut it and better look for re-entries lower. Sometimes it's just the best solution to cut a trade short and then look for re-entries lower, instead of holding on to it, because you're not wasting money, you're also wasting opportunity, new opportunities. And if your target is clear, then why even be bothered, right? Why holding on to the trade too long here? In this case, we have the point of control sitting there, so we are respecting the point of control. So that's from us a very important level to watch. It's this level right here, actually. It's the point of control of this area. We don't really want to break this now. Like, we don't want to leave this level. And I don't see any reason why we should then not get down to the 70s. Let's see if the value area has shifted already. Yeah, you see that? That's what I mean. So now that the value area has shifted, because to the bottom here, it's actually good sign. So if we manage to break above the point of control, it's actually very, very bullish, because the fact that the volume is shifting to the downside now. Yeah, we started with the volume being here. Now we're shifting to the downside. If you break it, yeah, you're in a very good spot, because the volume is shifting. Very important level. But it also just simply means that we're not there yet, because that means that the break above the point of control is actually the ultimate. Now that the volume is shifting here. So that means that any break above the 98 is of course a buy, targeting the daily highs. Any break below here is probably heading towards this low volume node. Okay. Right here. So I'm not going to stay in the trade for another, another impulse down. It's a lot. All right, it's another 200 pips, so there's no way. So, yeah. Even though it's a very important level, though, at the 77 as well, but you can kind of see it right there, right? It's a huge gap. The huge gap sitting right there. Even sellers are starting to doubt now. Lorenzo, how much does it cost to live in Bali per month? Talking about living a good, comfortable lifestyle. What is comfortable for you? What does that mean? You know what I mean? Because you can live comfortable with less. It depends what you prefer. If you want to live comfortable, you know, you have to spend a little bit of money. Yo, bro, how are you? Good? Yes. Maybe comfortable. I don't know. Like, it's so hard to say because I don't, like, some people, you know, we are all different. We are all different. We like different things. Okay, 30-minute closure. We did close above it. Above our zone. Or above those sellers, sorry. It's a bit of a tricky in a range because you have these impulses sometimes in those ranges. So that's the only issue that we could face. We get caught in that impulse. But again, it's pretty clean. Not much to do. We're keeping it clean. We all know, we can all agree here that we're waiting for that big impulse. The big candle. Now, but the only serious moment I would say is above the 97. A closure above the 97. What a dry bleeder. Yeah, so if you definitely above the, if you can reach the 97 or higher, something like this, yeah, I think we're pretty good. We're like a pretty good spot. But now the volume is coming down a little bit here. We're slowing down. But again, the longer we consolidate, right, at the bottom here, the bigger the breakout. And why do I say that? Because the longer you consolidate, the more volume gets built at the bottom. And if you then break out of that high volume node and you close above that after day, that usually tends to turn into support, etc. So it's like the impulse. The only danger for us now is if we get swept and it does something like that, right? That is possible right now. So if you don't want to risk a re-entry here, I suggest to wait for the break above the 4500 or the 4598. The closure above that, and then maybe on the retest. Gold is setting up for something, guys. Something big. You can see it on the screen. I hope we don't have to wait for the London session for that to happen. I remember a same trade that we took. It was the exact same. It took, I think it was we were in drawdown 2 at the time. I remembered it very well. It was very similar behavior. It was very similar. It was on the 29th of June. 29th of June, yeah. Yeah, the 29th of June, indeed. I remember that. It was very similar. It's kind of like the longer you consolidate, and if you then break out, it's more or less a really good confirmation. But it also shows that there's a lot of resistance that you have to deal with first, that you create again. And this could stay on, this could range for a while, to be honest. Juki, can you check the comments? Yes. Mr. Ambens, could you say the same for the inverse? No, not necessarily, no. Unless you leave what I said before, the 84, right? And you break the value area low again, then yes, in theory, yes. Yeah. And that's why I say then the 70s will be most likely the next major zone we will be looking at, right? Because of that region. But yeah, then you have to zoom out again and look at the bigger picture as well. Yuki, how can I send you my analysis? Maybe on Discord, Lorenzo, Corrado. Maybe you can find me there. Yes, that's what we need right now. We need that one. That's the song we need right now. You are completely correct. The amount of patience for this trade is unheard of. What is your target? Yeah, like I said, the highs, the previous daily or the daily highs, and the monthly highs at 4540. One thing is for certain: there's a lot more selling than buying in this range. Which is actually very interesting. So that means that price is kind of refusing to drop lower. Only thing I'm afraid of is a sweep right now. That's the only thing I'm like, I hope we don't get that now. Because then I have to lose a trade and re-enter again. Hi sir, do you sometimes hold trades when you sleep or put a stop order in TP before you go to bed? If the stop loss is very clear, then yes. But it's rare. It's very, very rare, right? I rather just manage the trade the way I manage the trade, and then if my TP is set and my stop loss is on break even, I can rest in peace. Sometimes the stop loss, yeah, I don't necessarily like to hold trades overnight too much. It just depends on the market, on the structure of the market, things like that. Yeah, it really depends. Yeah, the volume is dropping pretty radically right now. We had a quick impulse. We tried to re-enter that impulse. Was watching that follow through right here. Hopefully we could have then followed back up towards this low, because we already kind of did that, right? We already did like kind of swap those lows before, where we had, the break, the reclaim, right? So we broke below. We swapped actually already the lows. We shoot up, we reclaimed it. And it seemed like a good moment for the other additional entry, with then the stop loss below the lows. And of course on the order flow, the aggressive sellers at the bottom. That's why we're holding support there, because that's where those sellers are. Universe says MetaTrader 5 is just hype. Match Trader is the real OG. Match Trader, yeah, I've been testing this a while ago. I have been testing this platform, Match Trader. It is a good platform, yeah. It is very smooth, I have to admit. But MetaTrader 5 is for the OGs. MT5 is for the OGs. 4,500 is psychological level. It is actually the 449. It's the point of control, the 449798. Hi, I'm new here. Do you stream every day? If so, what time do you start and finish? Usually around the Asian Open, slightly before it. Welcome, my friend, Charlie. Yeah, look at that. What is the maximum you want to risk on a trade on this account? $2,000 is the absolute maximum I risk. I will never exceed that number. Because I never want my biggest loss to be bigger than my biggest win. When you see numbers, order flow, this CFD is just inside pool broker, futures rhythmic is better. This is from the X feed, so it's futures. This is the DX feed, data feed. Yeah, we've been here so many times before. What is the strong support and resistance? Well, the support is the point of control. That's the exact level that we're watching so carefully now, right? It is this level right here. It's a level that does not want to break right now. You see that? It's the point of control of the range. And we have not closed below it. And we're refusing to. So yeah, we're constantly ping-ponging right now internally. Only thing I'm a little bit afraid of is that sweep right now. I don't like it. That's what I don't like personally. Because I'm pretty committed with longs. I think that if we come down and we reclaim the highs internally, then we'll shoot up. And we'll go back up again. You know those sweepers? You have to be a little bit cautious with that. Yeah, but it's definitely clear why we're holding so much support here. And that is just because of this area right here. Okay, it's the candle of the New York, or the New York candle, the New York 4-hour candle, the major candle with 180,000 contracts. It's that block right there, 9.8, 7.4 with the white line around this. That is the POC. And if we mark out a zone here, and we draw it to the right, then you can see why we are constantly trying to reject from it, or at least react from it. Yeah, Isabella is famous here in this chat. She's building a reputation here. Asimir says, do you consider fundamentals before the trade, like news, etc.? We do consider fundamentals, of course. But the thing is, every longer term play, right? Fundamental based play, longer term, has pullbacks, it has reversals, it has sweeps, it has all of those things, right? Yeah, this really reminds me of that trade on the 29th of June. Saw something very similar at the time. Has to be that one. I will look at it when I'm back, or later on. 29th of June. Nine, or sorry, 10 a.m. So 10 p.m. EST. Yeah. One thing is for sure, we need patience. A lot of it as well here. Point of control, very low. Two major levels. You could say, oh, you can put your stop loss below it, but yeah, then it's better to just wait. Unfortunately, it is what it is. We can't do that. We can't do that. From a risk perspective, we cannot do that. From a now it's better to re-enter. Luckily though, the risk reward is just so much better. No trend lines yet. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Now, when you guys see me drawing trend lines on the lower time frame, then you know I'm fucked. Then you know. Then I start drawing trend lines. I start doing this type of stuff. Maybe that works. Maybe this breakout. Maybe that. You know, we turn into a different stage of the trade. Nah, this is just managing the risk properly, and that's it. And taking our chances. Work. Yeah, guys, welcome to real trading. You can't fake it. This is a thing that you can't fake it until you make it type of thing. You either have it or you don't have it. Work. Wow, it's still holding. Yeah, it's still holding. Excited for tomorrow's class. Gonna be a good one. Tomorrow's class, yes. Today, oh yeah, tomorrow for you. Yes, correct. Gonna be a good one today. Definitely, my friends. It's gonna be a good one. This consolidation is nothing versus Thursday. That was like 5 hours. Yeah, that was also a big tell, by the way. That was a big tell. Should have taken that in account from the beginning. That was a big tell. Yeah, the point of control is shifted again lower. You see that? Sorry, the point of control is sitting right now right here. Okay, so the volume is shifting to the downside. All right. If you can close above it, it's the chances of a sweep is just significantly lower. So any closure above it is what we need right now. Any closure above this level, the POC of the current day. But anything can happen in an impulse. In the end, it's about the candle closures. So can't get too excited here. Phil, PVC on futures just shifted lower. Yes. Yeah. That's what you want. That's what we want. That is exactly what we want. Do you use the USA time zone when talking about daily? Yes. The open of, I mean, it's universal. But in terms of the open, yeah, the 6 p.m. candle. New York time zone, yeah. So New York, right? UTC -4, 6 p.m. Okay, it did take out those lows there and then it broke out. We did close for the first time above the point of control already on the lower time frame. It's a short-term impulse maybe. Hi Lorenzo, would like to join your elite group. Currently I trade based on price action. I've been following you for some time now and I saw your videos. Would really like to get trained. Yeah man, oh yeah, about that. We're gonna do something really big today. It's gonna be awesome. We'll talk about it in a second. And then, yeah, soon we will be opening up again. We have been closed for almost 6 weeks now. 6 weeks. Long time. And I'm extremely happy with the people in our group. Like really happy. I love the energy in our group right now. It's just, I love the energy in the group. Lorenzo, I owe you a debt of gratitude for drastically improving my trading. Kevin today. Thank you, man, Kevin. I appreciate it, bro. Also an amazing guy. Even while taking care of my mom this week, my mother, I have patiently traded only A+ setups from what I can tell so far and totally kicked ass. I've been able to do this without being glued to the screen, as my old self would do. My man. Awesome, Kevin. My man. Jesse, but choice you can make is joining the elite. It's a game changer. Yeah, people have no idea what we're cooking in the back end, right? In the end, in the front end, right? You see me trading Asia, but we have New York. We have like right now. Yeah, man, there's so much more happening. This account that I'm trading on is just for Asia. And that's just for public track records, right? Public records for transparency reasons. Toner, I think Isabella Bambi. Nope, you're still here, my friend. I did like that we saw that initial closure right now above the point of control. Now that the point of control has shifted lower, I do like seeing a closure here. I really do. I do like to see that right now. That's at least a start. Because it's the first time since we came down that we actually did that. It doesn't mean anything yet, but you get the point. Otherwise, thank you for your help in streaming for us and teaching us. I wish I could come to Bali soon and shake your hand. Well, you're welcome here anytime. You're welcome here anytime, my friends. Anytime. Race doing 100 to 1,000 on 300 currently. Good luck. All right, and we're back in the range. What indicator has been used for the volume? Yes, it's called the fixed range volume profile. I mean, for the daily, you can also use something like a anchored volume profile if you want to. Right, it looks like this. It's a bit different, but I prefer to use the fixed range. I've been using it for so long. It's just what I like personally. Yeah, it's very interesting to watch this gold right now holding up, ranging. We're definitely cooking something. We're cooking something. But I'm afraid of a sweeper. That's what I'm afraid of today. Why aren't you considered exiting? Because we're pretty much above this level right here. Okay. We're still respecting the range right now at the moment. We have the point of control sitting right there, which is the previous daily point of control as well. It's a very important level. Very important level. Right there. You see that? That's why we're struggling to break it, because we have been holding in respecting this level for so long now. And the volume is coming down. And then below that, we have a low volume node sitting right there. That's the next level actually. At the 70s. Yeah, in terms of risk, guys, manage the risk always, right? Like, I'll never lose more than what I need to lose. I might, for example, if you look at my my history, for example, on this account, I'll make sure I never lose more than my biggest. If you can see here, my biggest win is bigger than my biggest loss, my largest loss, for example, right? And I'll never exceed that. Okay? That helps me tremendously. The reason why a lot of people that are losing money long term is because they have like win, 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 and then big loss. Win, 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 big loss. Smaller win, 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 and then big loss, right? So I prefer to have a rule where my biggest win, so my biggest loss cannot exceed my biggest win. And that helps me, tremendously. Helps me tremendously. Yeah. So I'm not saying that we're going to be right all the time, but I know that that risk is well managed. And then it's all about managing it properly, getting into potential setups, scenarios, and always have an alternative. Altubia says trading is risky. You have to love risk, befriend risk, and not get upset about it. That's why every trade is unique. You need to read about it in Trading in the Zone. Yeah. By Mark Douglas. That's a good book for your psychology if you want to learn, if you want to start. It's a good start. I actually should embrace risk. Yeah, I agree. What do you think about other live streamers? Yeah, I like a lot of them. Some of them I really like. There are a lot of good guys out there with their own style, right? Their own strategies and stuff. I really do like it. One of the big reasons why streamers do not blow up is because either they're not like fully transparent, I think. Other times is that people draw conclusions quickly that watch the streamer. So for example, they join a streamer that just enters a losing streak of like 3 trades in a row, which is like, in terms of trading terms, nothing. Like in terms of like the probability, it is nothing. They expect the streamer to always win, right? They never lose, for example. So they don't really look at the bigger picture. And then they leave the stream and they find the next target, the next guy. And then that happens. And then they're in that loop of like, oh, I'm going to look for this guy because he has it, or that guy. And then they find a guy that is then in a winning streak. And there's a winning streak, they start following him. And then he starts losing again. And oh, okay, now he's losing. Now I'm going to go to this guy. And then they're just hopping around. So it's kind of a rotation. So the only way I think to really make it in the streaming game is to be here for a long time, to have proven yourself throughout different cycles so many times over, and to be, I think, completely transparent. And the right people will stay and will learn from you. And I think that is the way this game works. And I don't think that many streamers are capable of going through that. Yeah. So there's not that much, quote unquote, competition from that perspective out there, because trading is hard. Lorenzo, I took my account from 5,000 down to 2,400. I'm following a strict stop loss every time. With almost every trade I take hits my stop loss and then go straight to my TP. Do you have any advice? How many trades you taken, and how long did that happen, and throughout what period? Da-da-da. When would you move your stop loss to entry? Wow, well, that's not important right now, but when we reach our initial entry, which is actually a good level to look at, then we have a good moment to secure ourselves, I think. From the second entry. Okay, the hourly is finally headset in its bottom wick. It's damn impressive how well it's actually holding up here. Oh, how well it's holding up here. And that for so long. At the POC. After previous day. Look at the volume one more time. Yeah, we're shifting this now. So we are, this is that level on the 15 that we need to really break and close above. If we can't do that, there's nothing to cheer about. It could still sweep those lows and get us. Or take me. So that is that's the level. The good thing is it is moving down. And it makes sense because a lot of the volume is now traded at the bottom and no longer at the top. So because of that, you have like a high area of volume here. And if you then leave that with volume, then you have a lot of support there, sitting from all that consolidation. In the meantime, we're still on the value on the 15 minutes. The longest time for forever. We've been on the veld for a while. Should have waited too long this level. I think we entered too hasty early in this stream. I mean, we tapped into the value area high before. We're into that low volume node above here from yesterday. It's actually a pretty good level usually to watch. So it's just managing risk. I think it's also about managing risk, number one, and then secondary, just splitting the risk into two trades with the thought process of if we can't pinpoint the bottom, we have another level to work with, which is this level right now. What is your favorite opening? Your favorite chess opening as black and white? I like the Sicilian defense. I like the King's Gambit. I like the Italian game. Just taking control of the center. You know. I like the King's Gambit sometimes. Just play it very aggressively. Sacrifice my pawn. Make room. Yes. Lorenzo, this might be a very technical question, but do you know where a trading view gets the data it uses to calculate traded volume and volume profile? Yeah, from the COMEX, right? The COMEX exchange. Straight from COMEX. Five minutes for the 50 minutes. What a range, guys. Wow. Hey, Lorenzo, do you see any value in heat maps? Have you tried to use it yourself? I prefer to utilize the combination of the passive orders here on the right and the footprint chart. The combinations, you know, the combination of both. Yeah. So yeah, I am familiar with the bookmap. I've worked with the bookmap for a while. I've just found my exit charts to be just what I look for personally in a trade. Snow Uncle, many YouTube streamers just promote brokers for commissions, but you're generally in the top 1%. Thank you for your time. Hope your life treats you well. Thank you, man. Yo, thanks. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. I could have been making a lot of money with brokers. I'll tell you that. Could be making bank. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, for real. Thank you. Reverse. Every time, huh? Every time, guys. Hovering around the POC of today. Okay. Yeah, look at the 15 minutes. Just check it for a second. Look at that. What is that white line? The white line is the POC. Yeah. That is the white line. The white line of yesterday. So the POC of yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, the crazy part is we're still in that zone. We almost forgot that, but we're still in it. We're still in this area from yesterday. It's right there. And we have not closed below it. And this candle will close in 30 minutes. This 4-hour candle will close in 30 minutes from now. So I hope that we don't have to wait another 30 minutes for the farm to kick in when this candle actually closes. And the last thing you want is to sweep. So I need to be very sharp when that happens and see what I can do, because if they go for the sweeper, then we're cooked, or I'm cooked for that trade, and I have to re-enter again after that. If it then reverses, I have to re-enter again. Like, there's no other way around it. Are you in a cafe? Does it look like a cafe? Oh. Does it look like a cafe, bro? I'm not sure what cafes you go to, but no, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Wow, gold. It's not just on the seller side, on the sell side anymore, by the way. It's on both sides. Solo Trader says, my dream is to milk every prop firm until they ban me. Okay, well, that's not that hard. Because they ban you quickly. You know what I mean? I know guys that were caught up on, or at least they got banned because of quote unquote copy trading. And then if you message them, yo, can you send proof, please? Like, can you show me why? Or can you send me a screenshot or anything that proves to me that I'm actually copy trading? And then they say, no, we are not going to provide any evidence. This is the conclusion that our system made. We will not respond any further to this matter. Your account will be suspended and any new account opened will be blocked. So we would advise you not to buy any further evaluations any longer. So then you're like there, right? Okay, so I copy traded. You cannot provide any evidence. Like, there is no proof that I did that. At least you don't want to show me proof. So they can make shit up. Correct? 10. Guilty until proven innocent. doesn't even apply. It's just guilty. But yeah, I know some guys that actually that they don't copy trade. They don't do that. They trade themselves and they get that notification and message. Which prop firm was that? I didn't know personally. I don't know which exact prop firm it was. All right, now this is the first real break, but the closures are. We care about closures. We don't care about breakouts. We care about candle closures. Yeah, you can see how much the point of control has shifted. Shifted to the downside right here now. And how we have still, funny enough, actually, still not broken that level here. And this is the VWAP. We talked about the VWAP right now. Any closure above that is, in my opinion, the absolute game changer here. Right, they just banned me on suspension. They still can't figure out the strategy I'm using. It is safe if you keep it under 50k evos. Okay. $50k evos. Now I'm curious. Yeah, we're back at that 98 level we talked about already. Or you could say the VWAP right here. It's the same level. So anything, it's all about the closures now. It's not about the breakouts, it's about closures. We tried to break out so many times though, right, already? This on the hourly time frame. Yeah, I think it simply needs to close above the 98, not even the 4500, the 90, the 98, the 4498. It's just it does not want to break it right now. And on the exit chart, it's this level right here. But at the same time, those sellers that entered aggressively at the bottom, the highest amount of volume we've seen so far, actually 2.4k. And there are also a lot of sellers. So any closure above would mean that both of those participators that entered aggressively short are all trapped, shorting the bottom. And that is actually, that screams bullishness. That screams bullishness. If you compare that then with like the volume profile moving down. Okay. So all the volume right now is no longer traded there. But because of this larger consolidation today, it's now moving down. That means if we break above that, then we have a lot more potential. Yo, thank you, brother. Oh, the food, yeah? All right, nice. Thank you, brother. Take care. Yo. Time for some Starbucks, man. I think we need it. In Q4, somewhere in Q4, sorry, September, October, I'm planning to do a streaming marathon. I'm gonna go absolutely bananas throughout that period. We're gonna do a lot more than just trading in between sessions. So I don't know, doing education, watching some content in the trading space, trading the sessions, of course, long streams. It's gonna be an important period. It's gonna be fun. All right, I think this is the first official closure. Well, we have 3 minutes left, so don't cheer too much, too quickly. But this could become the first 15-minute candle closure above the point of control of today. Okay? We have 3 minutes, so a lot can happen in 3 minutes. We all know that. And you can tell how it's trying. Let's look at a lower time in a 5-minute even. Yeah. Last time we got there, we had something similar. 29. So let's see what happens in 2 minutes, if you can do that. Closures is what matters. We know that. Bro, you're doing another 4-hour stream? We'll do it later. Yeah, your food is getting cold. What is it? Actually, I'm very curious too. You are correct. I need to figure that out. Give me 1 second. I'm actually figuring it out myself now too. Honestly, I think that's the first 50-minute closure above the point of control. Yeah, it is. The first closure above it. That's a start. Okay, that's a start. Yeah, the volume profile has shifted. Volume is now down. We're trading above the POC of that. It reduces the chances of fake outs. That's all I'm saying. It just reduces the chances of these sweeps significantly. So that is a sign of that is a sign of strength. That is actually a sign of strength that the market is again getting absorbed here. Sellers are trying to break. This is also the first closure we're seeing above the VWAP here as well on the order flow. And that seller, these trapped sellers with that huge wrap bubble, right? Where those sellers entered aggressively. That actually held support. That was for me a reason to enter again at the bottom. Right? That was actually the reason to re-enter with the stop loss below. We also broke above this one and we closed above. Oh no, we're close of breaking this too. If you can do that in the next candle, then we're okay here. So yeah, at least it's a start. There's no confirmation yet, but it's just something that gives us a bit of more certainty than that we had when we were at the bottom. But it doesn't mean much until we reflip again, right? But it's a start. Dominic says, this is a generational trade. My kids will be closing this. You know what? We should just hold on to these trades and Look in 2 months where gold is trading at. What do you think about that one? Can we handle the drawdown? No, we will be absolutely crushed by these swap fees. Obviously, our goal is to move back to our first entry. Okay. The 98 right now is what we're trying to break, right? That's like the next one. We are actually trying to really do this now. We had our first 15-minute closure above that, which is the first time. And we're trying to flip it here. So it probably has to do with the VWAP as well, with more sellers entering here. The 4-hour candle will close soon, right here. This will be a very important closure as well. We have this area, which is this new zone with a lot more sellers than buyers at the bottom. So it is true, in this candle there were more sellers, especially at the bottom. And if you can close above that, then also that will help, because our stop loss is at the lows of this candle. Our stop loss is pretty much right here. Yeah, that's where our stop loss is at. It's below that zone, the New York candle. We talked about that one with the 180,000 contract. So big, so much volume. And if we can close above this area, above this box right there, then we have a new support. And even if this trade wouldn't play out, the risk is still, it's still okay. Like the risk is still managed. It would not be destroys its loss. It will be just good enough for us to move along and look for the next possible entry. So even that would have been, yeah, I mean, it obviously, you know, you want to win, but like it would have not been the end of the world, because from a risk perspective, we will be still trading below our parameters, which is the most important part, which I care the most about, by the way. I care the most about these topics. I would be upset if my biggest loss now exceeds my biggest win on my account, for example. I would not like that. Please answer me, what is the food? I think it's rice and chicken, a sandwich. You know, I don't make the food. It's like it gets delivered to my house every morning at 11 a.m. sharp, every morning fresh. So I don't think about my food. I just get that and I have to eat that. You know what I mean? That's it. So it's always a surprise every day. But I just have to eat that, and I don't have to like, you know, put it in the microwave, whatever. No, it's already fresh, so it's like, boom, eat it. Okay, I'll eat it. The last thing that I like to do, but even though I love food, the last thing I like to do is think about what I'm gonna cook, what I'm gonna make, you know what I mean? Like, I have so many more things on my mind. It's tough sometimes to think about food, and if I would be, or having to cook myself, I would probably be eating way less than I should be eating. Because I'm just working or thinking about something. And I'm also not a big eater, so I'm trying to like, you know, to fix that as well. That's why I have like a guy right now that trains me, and then someone else that cooks. And I've been trying the Retta. Holy shit, that shit is strong. Like, wow, that shit is strong, for real. And I'm doing nothing. Like, it's just a small dose. But okay, anyways, we're back in profit. But now with 2 trades instead of 1. Okay, so yeah, conclusion is now we closed above the point of control, which is something I really like. It was just a question, was it going to be this one at the 88 or the very high? We decided to enter at both. The very high, that didn't work out. We moved to the point of control. I didn't enter right away because I wanted to see at least sellers stepping into the market. And with sellers, I mean sellers trying to short the bottom and seeing an absorption of those sellers. Now we saw that there, right? A big red bubble. And you can see, let me just make it a little bit bigger for you so you actually can see that. If I can make this bigger. Can I make this bigger? Yeah. Let's make this 50, all right? Yeah, that was 246. Okay, that was that huge amount of selling that came in with the 2,400 contracts traded. We have not exceeded that amount of volume since then. You see that? 1.7, 966, 741, 737, 785, 779, 782, etc. So that was at the point of control. So I was like, okay, there is an absorption. So I have to re-enter. I have to add on an additional entry. And now because we have that, we can put our stop loss below that. And that's why in advance, we instead of taking 1 lot trade, we took a 0.5 lot trade to make sure that if we were wrong, right, about our analysis initially, or we didn't spot the bottom, we would have another opportunity to scale in and manage the risk properly. So that's kind of the reason why we do something like that, because if we're wrong and we don't get that confirmation that we saw here with these sellers, I would have only lost half risk. So only lost half of I would have lost the trade, but it would have only been half risk, which is always better than full risk, right? But right now with this confirmation, we have a little bit more room. The next logical move is, of course, the psychological level, the 4,500, and then if you break that, I think we can go back to where we came from. Hopefully. But yeah, volume speaks everything. The volume pretty much tells you the story of where where and how buyers and sellers are interacting with each other. So you don't know how many of those are buyers and sellers here, right? According to this profile, because it's just volume based. But what you can see is where is price at according to where the most volume has been traded. Right, and that kind of sets in a, that kind of builds that story. And then, of course, throughout the day, the volume profile shifts a lot. From yesterday, it does not, right? Yesterday's volume profile, you can see the most volume was traded at the top. Now, that's right there. That's pretty much where we are now. And that's why we're holding support here. But then for today, initially the volume was traded there, right? Because we moved our profile from here, right? We broke down, etc. We aimed for that manipulation. We did not got it. Then it started to go. Now, then we moved it down, right? It still came down. And then here it started to shift, you see? When we reached the point of control. So yeah, just now at this current moment, I would say the chances of fake outs of those sweepers that we were afraid of are lower, but it doesn't mean that we're fully there yet and that we're secured, etc. But it just shows that right now with an hourly closure as well, and a closure about the point of control, that the sweep of a chance that we sweep the lows is just smaller, which is what we initially were afraid of, that we would be swept and then price would reverse to the upside. Add some green juice for you every morning. I should actually think about some lemon every morning, water with lemon and some salt. Yeah, thank you for the advice, my friend. When do you consider the current weekly volume profile instead of the previous day? When we break out of it and we pull back into it. Yeah, this is a good example that we broke. We broke it pretty much right here. So any pullback will be very relevant for us, right? Into the range, into the profile of the week, which is right there. So yeah, that will be very important if you do manage to pull back at some point. Hopefully not this session. Let's look at futures too. On futures, we are obviously getting respect to point of control. Volume profile has moved up, yes. And there, it's still there. Okay. Yes. Altu says, I drink lemon water and salt every morning. It's the best. Very good. Very good. I should do this more often. Yeah. Do you think we could see the $6,000 gold end of the year? You're asking me a question, brother? Let's first break, okay? And break this huge level. Which is funny enough, 4,500 on a weekly. If you can close above that on a weekly, that's very strong, man. Gold has made a good recovery. And also from this 4-hour candle that we talked about, like the amount of volume, I've never really seen it this big. And I've watched every 4-hour candle, I know the volume, every 4-hour candle, not out of my head, of course, but I've been watching it every day for the past year, every day. Okay, the New York candle on the Excel charts, the first 4 hours, and the amount of contracts that were traded. And 118,000 contracts is something that we have never seen before. Even an NFP or any CPI or no, nothing. I have never seen that before. So that is massive, right? That's a big one. That is a big one. And what does it mean? Well, if you see a huge amount of volume traded, the chance of it being like a fake out is usually slimmer. Because you could tell when you had these fake FOMC reversals and these CPI reversals and stuff when it was not as much volume as it normally is, or it should be. Had to do with the news? Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of manipulation happening around the news as well right now. There's so much manipulation happening. Like the fact that Trump has its Truth API or wanted to start this or whatever, right? That Trump started, Trump Media and Technology, okay? Truth API is a paid business-to-business data feed, providing high-frequency trading firms and financial institutions real-time, machine-readable access to prominent Truth Social accounts, including the US President Donald Trump, milliseconds before public release. Subscriptions reportedly cost between $60,000 and $100,000 per month. So what they're in essence saying, we're gonna give the institutional firms, the big trading firms, access to Donald Trump's tweets milliseconds before someone else gets it. So what do you think will happen? Right? We're talking about the President of the United States that starts a venture, okay, which is called the Truth API, giving in essence a signal before the actual post gets publicly exposed. And milliseconds doesn't mean like, it doesn't sound like much, but when you are a trading firm and you're connected to the network instant connection, we don't have that without zero delays, right? Milliseconds matter. Milliseconds matter, okay? And if people think this is a joke, this is like this is a hoax, no, this is real. This is not a hoax. No. This has been real. Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, there is severe backlash on it, though. They just stated that, by the way. I just looked at it as well. There's severe backlash on it. It's called Truth API. Yeah, look it up. And I mean, Trump literally tweeted it himself, right? He stated it himself. He said, yo, hey, if I say this, the market goes up. And if I say that, the market goes down. he literally said it in one of his interviews. Like, he was proud of it. Don't talk about Trump like that. I mean, it's just that the truth is just an objective opinion. It's not about the man himself. I think he's funny. But that's the situation we're in, right? That's the market that we're trading. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. The opinions are mixed in the chat. Oh, there we go. So what are we doing? Yeah, we're pretty much now that we closed above it, reacting from the POC again and holding it for now. And just chilling. A little breakout, we saw finally a little bit of improvement in terms of volume. But what I did like here on the higher time frame, and also when we have these higher time frame closures, yeah, I do really care about like where did we close here with this 4-hour candle, and that doesn't look too bad at all, right? Most of the volume was actually traded at the bottom, and we did manage to close above this. And we're kind of sitting in a bottom right now. At least it looks like we're holding that support for now. So yeah, let's see if we can do that again and react from it. And now we need more volume. Now we need more volume. Also, a big buyer stepped in here as well, a big seller there. So it's very compressed, you can tell. will you subscribe with them? The thing is, milliseconds don't make a dime for us because we're already trading delayed data as a retail trader. Yeah, we need the next batch of volume coming in right now. I agree. Oh man. Horrendous. We actually had that first dump and then it just turned out to be a range. Do you stream every day? Yes, almost every day. There are some days where I don't in between, but probably almost every day. Sometimes I just can't. I have some things I have to do, appointments or things like that. But yeah, can't control that all the time. Loving the elite. Anyways, I just wanted to know your music playlist. Yes, it's in the Nightbot right there above you. And I have to add on a couple of songs that I have not added them, so I have to still do that. All right, reacting from yeah, that zone, which makes sense that we are reacting from it again. Ah, yeah, this is the level that we couldn't break. Right there. You could see that yesterday already, we started to range at the top eventually after the huge push was finished. And then a lot of sellers stepped in here. We saw sellers stepping in here, predominantly there, predominantly there, predominantly there. And you can just see that ever since that moment, we closed above it and we pulled back into that. That became support. Okay. For today. And now our stop loss is pretty much below it. So yeah, the best we can make out of it is setting the stop. Regardless, by the way, if I would be in one position and not in two positions, so I would have only entered the second trade, let's say, the one right here, the stop loss still had to be there. The stop loss would have been the same. Exit this trade? No, stop loss is already set. And yeah, I would need, I mean, for me personally, I cannot exit this trade myself because you got to do what you got to do. But I have these 4-hour zone, I have these levels there marked, the hourly. There's too many, yeah, things that I like personally. Is it looking really strong? No, it's not looking really strong in this current range. But yeah, we also say that when it's like pushing up, sellers are also not really in control anymore. Yeah. At the same time, you know, this is the same zone as well that we watched right here. It's pretty much the range that was created. It set in another manipulation low, and then we had a huge breakout. Okay, and now we have actually officially the retest of that, and we broke above the value area high here. Okay, the value area of that again. So we kind of broke below it, we lost it. Now we're testing this. This becomes support too. And that's why we're bouncing here. You see that? That's why we are reacting here right now. And that's why I wanted to enter lower, rather lower than later. Earlier than later, sorry. But yeah. Point of control is shifting again a little bit, so we're lacking the big VAR. And every time when we came up, we came back. Will it be a long stream today? Well, clearly it is already a long stream today. So yeah. Very long stream. Aja says uptrends require participation, downtrends less. So that is actually true. That is true. Especially with gold. Hey sir, do you think I should hold the position? It's already 5 a.m. I'm working tomorrow. Should I close before London session? You can do whatever you want to do. Well, for me, a stop loss is set. I think it makes sense for it to be there now at the moment. It could fail, it could sweep us and go again. But yeah, I can see, according to what I'm just looking at on the 4-hour, how we're reacting, how we closed above it again, that the chance that we at some point will flip here to the upside is again bigger. And that's not just me guessing. It's just me looking now at the way we reacted inside of our zone. and how price closed above it again. So it can still happen, of course, but yeah. The conclusion is a lot of people are trying to sell here at this area without any success. So the goal is to not lose more than 2K, right? $2,000 risk. So there are a couple ways you can go around it right now at the moment. You can, with the $2,000 risk that I have right now, that I could risk, I don't think we even reached 2,000, to be honest. If this would be stop loss. But what I could do is this, right? There are multiple different ways to go about this. Number one, you close the trade, the first trade in a loss, $600 or something, or $500. You close that trade. With the anticipation that price comes down lower, you come down and take out the lows first. That means you have to then remove this stop because you anticipate a sweep and a reversal. So if you do that, which can happen, you wait for that, you wait for the sweep, you wait for confirmation, you add again to the position. So you're back at it, same lot size as before, but then with much better, much better average entry. And then stop loss goes below the lows again, the new lows that are formed, and then that's it. And then it will probably be that $2,000 risk, right? That's option B. Option A is just setting the stop where it needs to be right now and just leave it. And see what happens. And then if it breaks and you hit full stops, you wait for a reclaim and you try again later on. Because the target would then be the highs and this area right there, which is still going to be more than, that will be a $6,000 trade or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. Dart says, why you never read me, man? I did I say something offensive to you? No. Trust me, man, I don't remember everyone's name. I'm sorry for that. So, I don't know. Okay, so now, indeed we are trying to break again. Unfortunately, that's the case. It's very unfortunate because I saw a lot of potential in that initial breakout. We're back at support again. We're back at the same level. Will it go up? Yeah, I'm again. We're holding in that same level like I said before, so I do believe that there is chance that you hold here. But the only problem that I'm facing is just the sweepers. Yeah, I don't want to get swept and then price reverses. But because if I would follow my rules, let's say, I have to enter again. Yeah, that's the whole thing about it. I will have to wait for the London, I guess, and re-enter again. Because yeah, that's the thought process overall. As long as we're holding above this area and don't close below this zone, and we sweep and we re-break, yeah, I have to re-enter. No choice. Back at the previous daily POC. I'm watching this level right now at the moment to see how it reacts here. Okay, we're reacting from it. Let's see. POC of the previous day here. I don't like it, man. Pretty much what I was afraid of, the sweeper. Do you remember Isabella's name? Is she a bot? No, Isabella. Isabella is not a bot. No, she's a real person. She's a real human being. Yo, thank you, Andreas. Have a good sleep, my man. The value low is sitting right there at 42. That's luckily where we are. The last thing that we want is to get stopped out when we take out the lows. But the problem that you have is that you sometimes flush down, and that's why you're kind of in a rough situation. So it's better to get out and re-enter again. Are you tired? No, we just woke up actually. A couple hours ago, so. Yeah, I think they're, to be honest, guys, looking at this right now, not seeing the absorption at the point of control as well now at the moment. We're trying to move deeper into the zone. We're still in this higher time of support, so that's not going to be the issue. It's about where does his next 4-hour closes, which is like 3.5 hours from now. So from my side, that is not really gonna help us right now, because it could come down, right? And it could take out the lows and reverse and still close above. So that's not really something that we can work with, even though we know that we're in that support here. But what is important, I think, is the following, and that is the fact that those sellers now are setting in new lows, and that's not looking good. So I'm afraid that that's gonna happen to me. Getting swept, reverse, potentially back up. Depending on the hourly closure. Dollar is pretty much flat. Yeah, we're losing momentum for sure. And it would be so easy to just grab that low right now and take us out, right? Let's be honest. The moment we broke above here, there was hope that we had that follow through, but now that we reclaimed it again, that shows that we're not there yet. Yeah, that pretty much shows that we're not there yet. Is your background real? Yes, of course. No AI. If price would come down lower, where would you enter next? Well, if price does come lower, there are two things that can happen, right? Either we reclaim again this whole value area later. So we fake out here, right? So we have, let's say, the low here and the high here. We fake out here. So we make a low and we reclaim it. And we do something like this. I would try again. Okay. If price continues to sell, the next target is going to be these lows. It's going to be the low volume node. Okay. The target will remain the same though, right? The target will remain the same. So regardless, it will be, obviously much more than our loss if we reach our second goal, which is the second trade then. And we will still outperform. We'll still outperform everything. We'll still outperform our initial loss, which is all about management right there. At this moment in time, you can see that we're just really slowing down, and the last line of defense is the point of control. Right here. So yeah, let's prepare for the sweep, to be honest, guys. Observe price, see where it's at, and see if it's worth it to re-enter or not immediately. Or not immediately, but after the sweep. And still target the same levels. Is this the infamous ICT reversal turtle soup? I don't know what. No idea what that is. The ICT reversal turtle soup. Oh, again, same level. Same level. Same level, still reacting from it. Where sellers got in aggressive before, we're seeing it again. Somehow a lot of sellers are willing to, really want to trade that breakdown because they're, of course, they're seeing this head and shoulder pattern right there, right? They want to look for that sell. I would prefer to then wait for this to be hit and then buy. So doing something like this, need to move higher again. Or wait for the reclaim and then go. But yeah, that would be very unfortunate, man. That would be very unfortunate. From like a risk perspective, it's fine. I guess there's 2 stop loss today. I don't prefer to follow this channel here after. Bye. Good luck, my friend. Good luck. Hey Lorenzo, are you using AI to automate your trades? No. No, I prefer to trade manually myself. Because I feel like I can personally control my risk better this way. Yeah, we're looking. You should enter another 0.5 lot right now. No. I can't risk that. I can't do that. Even if I wanted to, I cannot. I cannot do that. I can't risk more than I can risk. Okay. The amount of times that I added on and added on and added on, and it went against me, man. Like, trust me. Don't want to do that. Just accept and re-enter. That's it. Accept the loss and re-enter if you see the confirmation again. That's all that matters. We accept it, re-enter. Yeah, some of the point of control, of course, the previous day is holding really, really strong. It makes sense. Why? Of course, it's right in that zone right here. We know how important the level is. But what could also make sense is that you sweep it and then close above it. So that's kind of what I'm afraid of. Not afraid of in a way of like, oh, that would ruin it, but that is kind of the situation where we would be in. And then we have to compromise on some of the reward for the next trade. If you're wondering why we're still holding here, it's the point of control of the previous day. Like, that's the reason why. I'm gonna do some New York session streams soon. I actually have been doing that in a group right now. Lately, it's actually kind of fun to do. Completely different market, by the way. Wow. I always notice massive volatility at 130. Yeah, I've noticed that too. It's true. It's true. Somehow we're reacting from this level still. Benjamin says, can't watch your streams because Asia session is 2 a.m. Ooh, shit. Yeah, that's early, man. That's, or late, I could better say. That is late. You are right. Yeah, this next hourly candle is just holding up. Let's see what GC is telling us with the PVC. And the MGC as well. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. Yeah, so the PVC is again moving down, right? That's what you're saying? Yeah. It's moving down. Makes sense though. Yeah, it's still holding that low. Wow. This is going to be a long stream, my friends. Damn. Definitely not planning of streaming so long today. But yeah, we have to do this. We have to do this. We have to go through it together. On Friday last week, I also lost. That was also the... Was it the same one? Yeah. Yeah. Could have definitely avoided this. That one right there could have definitely avoided that. Without that one, we would have been in quite a good streak. Because we have been pretty much blue ever since that zone, unless it was, I think, before that was like in July. So it would have been in green, 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 green. So yeah, if this is also a loss, then it's a different story. Then we're just hovering around the 20K, you know? We pumped our account from like 5 or like 6 to like 20, like that. And now we've been hovering around to 20 every time. We're almost at 22 and now back to 20, right? So like we're kind of hovering around here. So yeah, just keep building, keep following up, following through. Your whole week was waiting for the perfect setup, and today to jump in too early. I mean, even this is early. The second trade was too early, right? Look at where we are now. So we can't control that. How do you stop yourself overtrading? Overtrading. From my perspective, you need to know what kind of setups you look for, right? That's kind of the reason. So we have like certain setups that we look for. Okay. At least, yeah. Specific setups that I would look for every time. And if I don't see that, then I'll not take a trade. That's exactly what I said yesterday in the email. Okay. I literally told you guys right here, I said, yo, this is a question for you. If I ask you right now to name the exact setup you trade, could you do it? Right? What are the actual setups, the actual conditions? How do you apply that? How do you call it, right? And if you can say that, if you can say, this is the exact setup that I'm looking for, then you have something, right? For example, we have something like this. Okay. Certain patterns in the market, certain specific setups that you look for, that you can call, that you can name, and then it turns it into a process rather than it being random, right? And I think that will prohibit you from overtrading by default, because you know the setups you're looking for and why. You have some history on those setups, and then that's all about the variables. Abda says, guys, follow the trend. Why are you looking to buy? It depends what trend you're talking about. It depends what guy you're talking about, what trend you're talking about. You're talking about this trend or you're talking about this trend? What trend are we talking about today? This is why I think that the word trend is always extremely subjective to me. How do you keep safe from sudden big movements? Yeah, well, knowing what to risk in advance according to your account size. So, you know that the market, even if it would go crazy, it can jump 1,000 pips in a minute, right? Like, I mean, I hope not. You know what I mean? So, I have a soft stop in my mind and a hard stop as well, where I'm like, okay, if that's good, I'm out for sure. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hourly closure coming. Hourly closure heading. In around 2 minutes. Let's open one more lot. No. Can't do it. I can't. I cannot. That would impact my that would severely impact my outcome. Of my risk. Yeah, there's just so much absorption here for a reason. It's all about the higher time frame right now at the moment. The lower time frame is trying to push down. The higher time frame is at major area of interest, and it's respecting it. The thing right here is the following, right? It's just that these lows can definitely be taken out, and then price does something like this, and that would hurt me, right, in the short term. That would hurt me, so that's why, right? We'll be looking at this area as well next, in case things go wrong. In the right case, we need to break back above and actually show volume this time for real follow through. And any invalidation will be from my side, from the higher time frame perspective, if we can close a 4-hour candle below this zone. But that's in 3 hours from now. So that's like, you know, it's after London open and everything. So we don't know where this candle will close in like 3 hours. But if it does close below, that kind of sets the bias for the New York. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to avoid, to see if that happens. But otherwise, I have to accept it and look for a re-entry. Yeah. Slow markets, my friends. Usually the volume comes in around this time though. Like around this time, we have we have an impulse. Usually between now and the next 20 minutes, you know, 120. I've seen it many times before. Around this period. Yeah. GHR says, not sure your time in Bali, but in the next 30 minutes might get more volume coming in. Have been watching your streams way back when you had that cool trading room setup. Ah, yes. In my old house. You are right. Thank you, man, for always supporting the channel and everything. I really appreciate that. Even if you just come and go, it's still worth being said. I really do appreciate it. We have a lot of guys as well from the old school that are still coming back, and it's like, it's amazing. Amazing to see. And I'm trying to really do something that doesn't really happen a lot in this industry, and that is to trade live. And yeah, I mean, show everything, right? Were you affected on the earthquake on the 17th? No. It's in Flores. It's a little bit, it's not in Bali. Yeah. But it was, I heard, quite bad. Yeah, it was really bad. No, Bali's more on the west side, so it didn't got hit as much. And the thing about these earthquakes, yeah, they happen very locally. No matter what, every time when you think it's done, it's not done, and it bounces straight from the point of control again. Straight from the POC. Same zone. We've been talking about the whole session. Same zone. Same level. Yeah, you can see how it's reacting again from this higher time frame support. I don't want to ruin it for you guys, but it's just for the sellers here. But like, it is a level that we were looking at the whole day. And every time when we come into it, absorption. And it's just that 4-hour candle that you see here is just such a huge candle that we have been watching for so long now. And as long as that gets supported, I can't be bearish biased. It's not possible. We're talking about this 4-hour candle that we saw, okay? 118,000 confidence, which is record breaking, by the way. Inside of that candle, there are a couple zones with high volume. This is one of those zones. Right there. This is another one. Right there. Okay? Now, where are we reacting from right now? We are reacting from that candle right there. Okay? At the top. Pretty much. Right there. Yeah, so we're reacting from that. And yeah, this is where the most fine New York time in these 4 hours took place. And for me, unless that gets taken out and closes below, yeah, there's a lot of selling taking place here. And if sellers not succeeding and buyers step in with the confirmation, I would re-enter again. So I would keep buying until invalidation, pretty much. Right, until it breaks it. And of course, managing risk properly, not going crazy, not finding the right entries, not going all in, but just managed well. And then, yeah, sometimes you're gonna be correct and that 4 hour zone is gonna hold. In my opinion, not sometimes, most of the time. More times than not, let's put it this way. And other times, yeah, price has to come down. And then you just have to accept it, move forward and wait for the next level and do the same. Look out, came back to our entry there. It's wild. It will be good if you come down a bit more. Yeah, it depends. It depends, but yeah, that level here at the bottom is what I'm watching definitely as well. The 70, the 72. We have been tapping into this level as well before. So if we have to come down further, that will be my next zone to watch. And otherwise, it is going to be all the way at the previous weekly range, which is already yeah, something that we talked about before, right? That previous weekly range, the larger breakout pretty much of the range, the manipulation, the breakout, and then the retest in that area, and then another one. So we have multiple chances, and the good part is the target will remain the same. So as long as the target remains the same, we can give us multiple opportunities. Now, this was opportunity 1. If that fails, minus 1,700 or something like that. Then opportunity 2 is right there. Okay. If that fails, minus one trade, I would say minus 1 point something. So that's like 4. And then another one. But every time the target gets bigger. So the amount of money you can make increases. Are only buyers getting trapped? No, sellers as well here. Look at the bottom. You see that red there, you see that red there, you see that sellers are trying to short, but somehow this level does not want to break. It doesn't want to go down. But also buyers are not really getting anywhere either. So it's like, it's pretty much flat from here. And that's why I don't like it, because, or not anymore as much, because the fact that what will happen most likely now is that, like, you know, at some point you have to sweep some of those lows or highs before making a decision. You would say so, at least. Is this gonna be the sweeper then? He might be. Yeah. The thing is, if this thing would reflip again, I will have to re-enter again, or I have to wait for the 73. That is pretty much the only chance I have here. That I can think of. $73, yeah. Okay. Let's mark out the value area in a second. See what happens if price breaks it, if it gets down, if it tries to reclaim it or not immediately, or if price has to drop lower and then get to the 70s. The low already has been taken out right now. But you close below the point of control, so that's not what you want, right? So I would not buy here. At least not yet. At least I would wait for a closure above here. But now these lows need to go. I will probably need to head back to that low volume node right there. Honestly, I wish my stop loss could be slightly bigger. But it's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's better to re-enter. Yeah, it's better to re-enter. Even though we have this break, we have no idea if you can get to the 80s and react from there, 73 react from there. Now that we close below it there. So definitely not buying now. Also not willing to put my stop loss lower. Not willing. We did see the sweeper here already. We did close, or we did swap the lows right now. So you do have this area right now where you are reactive from, but we did close below the point of control, right? So that's why you can kind of see that we have to then first reclaim that, etc. But I'm still impressed. I have to say this. I'm still impressed with the amount of volume, with the amount of absorption here. How long until you would consider buying? I would say I would wait for price to get to my next point of interest. Yeah. And that is gonna be lower, right? It is gonna be lower. Unfortunately, the risk does not allow me right now to set the stop lower, which actually is better than to just get out and accept it and move on and get into a new trade, because this way you just have more room and we can remanage and see where we end up with by the end of the day. I just have, according to what I've seen in the market so many times, and I can see this here, I've seen so many times when price does this, especially with the 4-hour here. Price does this, it holds in that zone, it doesn't close directly below this. It breaks, it gets to low volume node, it sweeps, and it shoots up hard. And it takes out the impression of a reversal. And especially when we're seeing something that we call a divergence as well taking place. Why don't you stream New York anymore? Asia, making the most money in Asia. Across all my accounts right now at the moment. Not just Asia. We had some really good trades in New York, not gonna lie. But I'm also liking to trade with the community now, with the group. But on this account right now, that we have here, the stream account, we have been ping-ponging a little bit this month, to be honest. Like, this is just straight up data. We have been ping-ponging a little bit on this account. We had a big upspring from 6 to 20. Now 6 to 6, from 6 to 17, or 6 to 16, I remember, 16K. So we made like 11K in a month, in like month, I would say like 3 weeks from 6K. And then we started to go to like 20. We worked our way from 60 to, we stayed flat for a while. Then we went from 16 to 20, now 22. And around the 20, we have been hovering around a little bit. Which is just how real trading, in my opinion, works. Like, from my perspective, that's how I have seen accounts being built. Out of the way my accounts are getting built are pretty much like that. I have moments where I'm like, in like everything is aligned, momentum, trades are playing out very well. And then I have moments when things are up and down. Still following the right rules, the right risk exposure, not making like silly mistakes from like a risk management perspective, so that all remains stable. But just the variables are not aligned. Okay. And then it allows us pretty much to hover around. And then the only goal from my perspective is to not fuck it all up. And to keep my account at a certain point where we get into that wave again. And that's how we grow our accounts. At the moment, you can see here that we are getting rejected from the POC from the top right now. So actually we're in it, sorry. From the top, you can see that right there, right? So that is why we're facing a lot of resistance here. And why we can't seem to break out of it. It would be lovely to see a breakout to the upside here because of that sweep that we already see now. So yeah, let's see. Now we have to take a long. Do what you want to do, man. But this is not the moment where I would say this is now a long confirmation. Okay, it's more about, okay, we have our stop loss set, we know where it is, and we look for re-entries if it goes wrong. If it goes and it re-breaks the highs, we're, you know, we got out of it. Luck with luck. I would not say luck, but we survived. Otherwise, next level is pretty clear. You have this, you have two zones actually. We have the 80 and then the 73. And unfortunately, the 80 is not that far away from our stop. The 73 is definitely around that area. That's a level that we were already watching beforehand. Even if I want to put it at 74, it's just too big. So I'll probably look for re-entry anyways. Like what you could do in theory, and I don't recommend this doing. You could wait for price to tap into this low volume node right here. See how it responds. If you don't get the reaction you want, to get out manually. Because you are in a low volume node here. We could get out manually here to see how it responds. Because the longer it's consolidating here, like the fact that it's not doing anything here is actually a sign that it might indeed does it. It might sweep it, reverse. Can go to 50 and then you're cooked. No, we have a stop loss right now already. We do not exceed the 2K. It's super impressive to watch this candle though. Can't believe we survived that one actually. All right, almost there. I'm just watching right now this area very, very closely. If we manage to survive it here, if not, we have not exceeded the 2K yet. Otherwise, I have to cut it. Yeah, I was exactly waiting for this, watching this. Wow, if this goes, I'm happy I did this. Because we're in this area, right? We're reacting from the low volume node. Right here. Nope. Point of control is holding. Yeah, it's heading either to the low volume node 1 or 2. I would not be looking to buy here myself if I'm out here. I would not be looking to buy myself. I would simply be waiting for price to get down to the 73 and watch what happens there. It's very interesting to watch also the valuation here, right? We're moving up, we're creating higher highs and lower lows, we're creating divergence already. But I will have to cut the trade, man. We're almost at our 2K limit here. XPip says, the lesson of this stream is never ignore people's point of view. I gave you all my analysis and the signals for this session and you ignored it. Yeah. So next time I should just follow you. Next time you just should come on the stream for like 3 months every day. What about that? If you do well, I hire you, man. I hire you. Okay, I have to cut the trade. The risk is reached. We reached our risk parameters. Our max loss limit for us, at least for today or for this trade. Sorry. And that is right now. We can't see. There's no reaction coming. Okay, so we have to cut it. All right. It's good that we did though. So let's see what the next level will be. From my perspective right now, the next level I'm waiting for is just the 70s, like we talked about before already. Just waiting for the 70s to be hit and then go from there. Yeah. So now that this zone is not reacting the way we're kind of seeing it right here, the only logical setup that I could find is the next one at 70s because of the break of that low. And then from there, try again. The 70, yeah, it starts pretty much at the 73. Down till pretty much, you would say, the 62. 73, 62, something in that matter. Or the reclaim. Right? The reclaim. And the shift of the value area right now. And pretty much the reclaim of this zone. So pretty much when we reclaim the value area of the day and we failed to break out of it, reclaim inside of it, and then see if you can bounce back, turn it into support, see if you can find absorption. You have to be careful that you don't get trapped into that area. So the VWAP is very important. The VWAP right there is something that you want to then reverse and break for a new entry as well. So it depends on the situation. Yeah, pretty much that, I would say. Let me set the levels out as well here. $73, 60, 86. We already have this level. And what was another one? The 62, right? Yeah. 60, 62. Yeah, there's for my reason, no reason to now look for anything else besides the 73, I think. Okay, so what is the status? Yeah, I think we're hovering around around the 20K right now, guys. That's what we have been doing pretty much. In the last 2 weeks, we've been hovering around the 20K. Up and down, kind of stable. And yeah, I mean, this is pretty much how my account grows usually. It's pretty common. So it's not unnatural for me to say when I start a new account, we're just gonna go straight up to the moon. And it's just gonna go like this, every trade, all the time. Or very stable, like low risk to reward setups with like, you know, high variance, high probability. It's usually gonna be like this, where we have our push, our impulse, we see a little bit of a sweep, we stay flat. It's like a range, an area of consolidation. Okay, a little bit of manipulation and then the expansion. That's pretty much what the data tells us right now. And we have 50 trades in our library, I would say. Right? These are almost 50 trades right now. So yeah, pretty much. We're waiting for the next big leg up here. And the only time I would become bearish if indeed the 4 hour decides to do something like close below, but we still have so much time left. We still have 2.5 hours left, so 2.5 hours left for this 4 hour candle. So that will be super important. And yeah, we have another zone right there as well, sitting at this area that we're watching very carefully too. So yeah, anyways, there's still a lot of room. And I'm not really willing to sell right now at the moment and look for continuation sells, right? And just trade this head and shoulders sell, because I think there's too much absorption taking place. I think we're setting up for like something bigger. But let's see, level by level for me. And let's see in a couple more trades where we stand and if these levels are holding up. Okay. Why I cannot get your book? You think you can download it, my friend? It should be easy to download. And if not, then just download it again on a different email. Okay, and try it again from there. Try it again from there. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna try. I'm gonna try to see what we can do, guys, again. And at this current moment, what we're going to try to do here is see if we can re-enter later. And if price does not directly do it this session, obviously in this stream, right? But it does it later. Don't tell me that I didn't talk about these levels, okay? Don't tell me that I didn't talk about these levels, because I have to do what I have to do. All right, sometimes we're gonna have to take some trades as well. Okay, and I go from there and see if we can handle that. But for now, the most important part is that we find a way to get into some sort of low volume node. Okay, I think that's the main thing that we're now looking for, while we're keep looking at how does the daily candle develop, or the daily profile develops, right? And is there a chance that support will get formed and we will decide to push up higher, okay, by the end of the day? And it doesn't have to be much for us to push back higher again, okay? And you will see, we will end up in green. I'm actually still very confident, to be honest, but I think it's a timing issue. It's just a timing issue. But I'm actually kind of confident that we still will end up in green today, okay? Just because the way the market is moving, I feel it's much more like a trapping pullback than it is actually a, how do I say that? An actual reversal, okay? Lorenzo, make a public Discord community where those who can get into your private can learn and have a chat there. Yeah, I've done it before. It's very hard to moderate, number one. And also, keep in mind, the attention has to go there too, right? I can't just open a group and not be there. So I prefer to just have my group where I can communicate, where I can be there for them, talk with them, have a small group. We literally have 60 people in our group, 65 people in our whole group. Okay, that's pretty much it. Yeah, pretty much 65 people, nothing more, nothing less, and I think that's the way to do it because that's how I think the results will come. If you focus on a smaller group rather than everyone, because what's going to happen is the more people are going to come into a community, okay? What's pretty much going to happen is if I get everyone in the same community, right, for free, everyone that gets into the group, let's say, and you have 200 people. Watch me what's going to happen. No one trades the same. Everyone trades different. This person is long, that person is short, and it becomes the best dick sizing competition in the world, right? It's more gonna be about ego than it is about actual real trading. And I want to have a community. I want to have also like a free community where everyone can join into. The problem is, unfortunately, dick sizing competition. Like people are gonna measure themselves against each other. They're gonna show off. They're trying to be better than someone else. Look at my strategy. Look at this. And with everyone trading everything, you get nothing in the end. And that's usually just the way it goes. And this comes from my personal experience as well, because I've been in those communities. I had those communities in the past. I know what it is like, okay? It's impossible to manage. So you can better have a small group where everyone trades almost the same, because everyone is still, you know, their own person, has different variables according to the same system, right? But it's still better than everyone trading a different strategy. Like that's not gonna work, okay? Because there's always someone long against your short, and there's always someone short against your long. So that's just that's just not gonna do it, you know what I mean? So we have to accept that, unfortunately. So I want to do that, but I cannot. So the only thing that I can do is to have some sort of public channel where I can communicate to you guys for important updates, right? Or yeah, a private community. That's it. That's the only thing that I think makes the most sense right now at the moment. All right. Let's see what happens. Kai Koken, love to see real traders doing stuff, not fake gurus. I'm in a short with one lot at 4523. But I respect your ideas and bravery to trade live. Keep doing it. Much success. Thank you, man. 4523 is nice. Then you're up around 4K. That's amazing. Okay. Yeah, so for the giveaway, unfortunately, because of this long ass stream, because of the trade, I have to move it to tomorrow. Okay. But yes, it is coming. I will have a nice announcement for you guys. We're going to do something really cool. And the elite will open up next week to the others that are interested as well. Next Wednesday, we're going to be there for the elite as well here. We have a lot of updates, a lot of new members that have been trading as well right now in the group. So yeah, a lot more things are coming. Okay. Cool. Let's do it this way, been a long stream. Like I said before, let's mark out those zones and levels individually and watch from there. And hopefully price does not have to revisit the previous weekly range or the current weekly range at the bottom, okay, which is the large breakout for the larger play, the larger retest. But I will not exclude this. But of course, this is why managing risk is so important. It's actually the most important, because without managing risk properly, we will be absolutely screwed, pretty much, right? Right? We would be just messing up, and it's better to lose and re-enter than to lose a massive trade, or even worse, blow your account. Like, why would you even blow your account, right? Why would you even allow yourself to blow your account right now? You're at the stage right now where it's either a loss or a win, but not blowing your account. Unless this is, you know, all the money you have and you put it all in one trade, which I do never recommend because you can't control that. And that will be a losing game regardless, right? That's something that you will never be able to beat when you put all your eggs in one basket, right? Oh, that makes sense right there. Okay. All right. What are you going to do after the 100K is reached on the account? Retire. Yeah, you're going to retire after that. Okay. I'm going to retire. Not saying for how long, but I will retire. Okay, after that goal is reached. Yes. But it's not there yet. Okay, cool. Retire from the streams for a little bit, okay? Not from our private group, of course. Okay, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna see you guys again, I think tomorrow, same time in the morning. Okay, you guys know what I'm looking for today, okay? And what levels I will be looking at and why I will probably be re-entering there to try again if I get the confirmation that I need. And then go from there, okay? It's been almost what, 5.5 hour stream. I don't think I've ever beat that before. I don't think so. Nope. There's no chance. There's no chance. All right, guys. Much love. I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. Yeah. Let's see what we can do from there. All right. Cool. Have a good rest of your day, man, or a good night if it's very early. And I'll see you later on. And yeah, pay close attention to the reversal. Pay attention to the reversal. Peace. Big shout out to Isabella, by the way. What a rock star. She's been killing it. Have a good day, guys. Ciao.